Hello and welcome. My name is Chrysio. Today I'm going to continue with the MSQ, and I'm also going to do the missions for the Alliance. And happy 4th of July. Hello. Do I know you? Ah, unless I am very much mistaken, you are the famed adventurer who visited the Guardian Empire's general, are you not? The great Chrysio Lee herself. Amazing. And more than a little serep- serendipitous? I don't know. One might even call it fate. But I recently received word of a truly unique opportunity, you see. An opportunity the like of which none but one of you your proven worth could take advantage. They were not less than the accumulated knowledge of a fallen civilization. The risk? A single misstep could cost your life. But what is a little danger to a storied hero such as you? A woman with absolute confidence in her own abilities stands to profit handsomely from this venture. No, no. I crave no recompense for my part in bringing this opportunity to your attention. The historic discoveries you shall make will be reward enough, I assure you. Yes, I am a girl. If my words have fanned the flames of your curiosity, then I bid you seek a man by the name of Rambros at Saint Gonach. I don't know. Fine, it is he who stands at the doorway to untold marvels, awaiting the arrival of a champion bold enough to march across the threshold. Why, if it isn't Chrysil Lee herself, I was not expecting such a celebrated guest. To what do I owe the honor of this visit? You were directed here, you say, by a man clad in foreign garb? Well, the opportunity he spoke of must surely refer to our latest, oh my god, anthropogeographical geographical endeavor. Quite how he came to know of it is another matter. All knowledge of this project was supposed to be restricted to my organization, but that is something for me to ponder in private. You are here now, and your services will, I am certain, prove invaluable. I must warn you, however, that the venture we have in mind is no simple excavation. An unprepared or incautious adventurer could very find herself or on an unplanned and unpleasant journey to Tal's solemn halls. Knowing this, do you still wish to lend us your cooperation? I rather thought you would say that. Your courage is scarcely a secret. Now, the first, Chrysil, I thought it was you. What brings you to Saint Konax? Don't tell me. The Alliance has sent you on another realm shaking, history making mission to lay low an apparently insufferable foe. Yes? No? Oh, I see. You are already acquainted. Acquainted. That is well. Master Garland, our intrepid hero here, got wind of the forthcoming expedition and has kindly pledged to assist us. She has she? Glad to have you aboard, Chrysil. You don't have the faintest idea what you've volunteered for, do you? Very well, let us begin at the beginning. The sons of Saint Conach are tasked with unearthing the secrets of the long fallen Alagan Empire, and these represent endeavors aims to delve more deeply into the civilization's mystery than ever before. But I know that look, if in the event that you feel ill equipped to contribute such much on the subject of Alagan archaeology, I invite you to recall your encounter with the Ultima weapon. That mechanical monstrosity represented a feat of engineering far beyond aught Garlemald can recently achieve. Nero Tolskaeva simply awoke it. I mention this by way of a reminder that you had what one might term extensive first-hand experience with a notable Alagan relic. In short, you're practically an archaeologist. Wow. Now, to the core of the matter here in Mordona, there stands an entire elegant structure which we have yet to investigate. I speak, of course, of the Crystal Tower. After witnessing the destructive capabilities of the Ultima weapon and the lesser moon Talamut before it, it seems wise to treat any remnants from that era with the utmost caution. They must be analyzed, monitored, and above all, kept from falling into the wrong hands. To put it plain, I have no wish to see another megalomanica? I don't know. Pegasus wield of those weapons. It was this, though, which first moved me to contact the Sons and propose the tower be explored. For several millennia, the Crystal Tower remained hidden very deep underground, but like so many other things that were better left undisturbed, the structure was freed from its stony prison by the great upheaval which accompanied the coming of the seventh Umbral era. It now stands revealed in all its splendor, a gleaming spear of crystal, pointed at the bosom of the heavens. We believe the tower to be the repository of much of the ancient's wisdom. Unfortunately, its entrance is guarded by formidable defenses, and we cannot so much as peep through the keyhole, much less set foot inside. These defenses take form of statues carved in the likeness of giant swordsmen, the eight sentinels. As the sons are wont to call them, is the first barrier we must overcome. Why not simply fly over them in an airship, you ask? It's been tried before. Any vessel that ventures too close to the tower is blasted out of the air. We either destroy those statues or the front tower is forever beyond our reach. My colleague and I are ill suited to negotiating such deadly hazards. Thus, if we are to gain access to the tower's secrets, we must needs employ the service of an experienced adventurer. It will be difficult and dangerous, Chrysil, but I can think of no finer woman for the task. If I didn't know better, I'd say you had a taste for these deadly escapades. I look forward to working with you again. There is much and more to be done before we can begin the expedition proper. Take some time to prepare yourself, and I shall explain the challenges that lie ahead. Our first objective is to reach the entrance to the Crystal Tower. As I previously mentioned, however, that will prove no easy task. The entrance is guarded by powerful defense mechanisms, each utilizing one of the four elements of fire, water, wind, or earth. Anyone attempting to simply stroll past these unsleeping sentinels invites swift obliteration. Based on Master Garland's an- analysis, I don't know. However, we are reasonably certain that the attacks of these lethal contraptions can be reflected using a crystal of the corresponding element. Naturally, these crystals must be of surpassing clarity, free of the slightest impurities, much like the flawless specimens used by the beastmen in their primal summoning rituals. Mayhap I should have said exactly like the specimens they use. Were there any other way, we will not ask this of you, but we need someone to enter the beast tribe strongholds and liberate their perfect crystals. For the moment, I will have you focus on obtaining two of the four crystals we require. Gray make for Lanosia, where both the Sapsa spawning grounds and Ugamaro mines are located. You may be certain that the materials used in the beastman's sacred rituals will be well defended. Whether you choose to venture there alone or with companions, I shall I shall leave it to your discretion. But whatever you do, please be careful. Okay. How progress your efforts in infiltrating the beastman's strongholds? So these are the famed flawless crystals of the beast tribe. I have seen countless specimens from I know not how many excavations, but nothing to compare to this. Their purity is as- astounding. You have done well, Brysil. With these in our possession, we lack only the crystals of fire and wind. The former lies in Sahar, Sahara, the war camp of the Amalja in Tanalang. The latter in Natalan, the roost of the exile in the hills of Puertas. You can expect them to be as closely guarded as the first two, if not more so. Still, I look forward to receive word of your resounding success. Chrysil, it is good to see you. Tell me, were you able to obtain the remaining crystals from the basement? Wonderful. With all four crystals in hand, we are not ready. We are now ready to proceed to the next stage of our preparations. I hope I did not give you the impression that we will be embarking on our journey to the Crystal Tower just yet. Alas, there is another step which must be completed ere we come to that. While the crystals you acquire are indeed flawless, they are of little use to us in their present form. If they are to reflect the elemental forces of the tower defenses, they must needs to be cut and polished. A process which calls for a very particular set of materials. Procuring them will be a challenge in itself, I fear. Needless to say, we will be requiring your services once again. If the flawless crystals you procure for us are to retain their elemental purity during the shaping process, a very specific set of abrasive substances will be required. Well, I say substances, but one might just as well call them one substance, namely ether sand, which has four elemental aspected varieties. Alas, ether sand is neither common nor cheap. Indeed, it is not unusual for the abrasive to exceed the value of the precious stones it is used to polish. Given the rarity of the materials in question, the goldsmith guild in Olda seemed the likeliest place to purchase the quantity we required. When I contacted the guildmaster, however, I was informed that no ether sand was currently available. Though I requested that word be sent as soon as new stock came in, I have yet to receive aught but apologies. I should mention at this point that I placed the order sometime before you procure the flawless crystals. I am well aware that acquiring ether sand is no small feat, of course, and I am not an impatient man. But I fear the more we delay our investigation, the greater the risk that the tower secrets may fall into the hands of other, less savory parties. That is why I wish to entrust you with the payment for our purchase and send you to speak directly with the guildmaster Serendipity. Mayhap the presence of such distinguished personage will spur the guild into action. In any event, it is my hope that when next we meet, you will have found at least one of the four varieties of ether sand we require. Mistress Lee, welcome, welcome. What brings you here, if I may ask? You're here on behalf of the sons of Saint Cronach. That fortunate, what a fortunate timing. I was just about to contact Master Dambrose with the news that we finally managed to acquire a quantity of fire expected ether sand. I'm afraid it may be some time before we can supply the other three varieties, but you're welcome to settle accounts for that which we have now. Pray speak with Jemime over. I do beg your pardon. It seems she's assisting another customer. Come on, there must be something you can do. Without that sand, we'll have to rethink our whole design. I sympathize with your plight, sir, but as I explained, the ether sand in question is already spoken for. If you like to reserve the next shipment, then I will be happy to accept the funds you have offered as partial payment. Partial? Are you saying it's not enough? I'm already stretching our research budget as it is. I suppose a man can do without a midday meal for a year or two. Brazil, it's been too long. What brings you here then? Got your eye on something expensive, have you? Well, now, that is quite a money pouch. The sound of so many gills clinking together is strangely satisfying, is it not? Calming and yet invigorating at the same time. Oh no, you're here for the blooming ether sand, aren't you? Well, I can't deny the Alagan civilization is a subject worth researching. The chief said he was looking into something big, but we never thought to ask him what. Wedge and I have been too busy tinkering with a new airship designed to think of much else. See, well, I say tinkering, wrestling would be more like it. Still, after much wringing of hands and gnashing of teeth, we've managed to put together a prototype crystal power propulsion system. We got the idea for it when we heard how you lot had used the corrupted crystal on board the Enterprise, as a matter of fact. Anyway, to cut a long story short, our design calls for a four varieties of ether sand. And that's why I can't just relinquish my claim on this batch here, even for you last. How how are we meant to usher in a brave new age of technological innovation if not by technologically innovating? A. While I hesitate to interrupt such an impassioned speech, duty compels me to point out that this lady is a representative of the organization that reserved the Ethersan in question. To mention nothing of the fact that her purse is considerably larger than yours. Oh, it's like that, is it? All right, all right. This badge is yours. I'll let you have it, but you're going to take but if you're going to take my son, it's only fair that you grant me a role in this project of yours. I'll take that as a yes. It is not every day that you get a chance to experiment with the wonders of the ancients. With any luck, they inspire me to think up another technological innovation or two. Now then, from what you've told me, I'm guessing you'll be needing the other three varieties of elementally expected ether sand as well, right? Then rather than sitting on your rump, waiting for a shipment that may never come, I reckon your time would be better spent looking for the stuff yourself. And it just so happened that I know of a good place to start. There is said to be a peddler in northern Tanalang who very occasionally handle the earth-expected variety of ether sand. Wedge is in the process of confirming the rumor as we speak. I know that you're thinking, when did my timid little friend decide he didn't need me to hold his hand anymore? The answer being just the other day. Seems he's been inspired by a certain adventurer's heroic example. I thought he was joking when he volunteered to go to Tanalang without me. I just hope he manages to stay out of trouble. Head out to Blue Fog and you should find him poking about with his new bodyguard. Oh, did I not mention her? I, Wedge, thought it might be wise to hire an adventurer to accompany him, just in case your heroic example turned out to be less inspiring than he first thought. Save your greetings. If you're looking for a higher plate, then you'll have to look somewhere else. Somewhere else, somewhere. Elsewhere. Oh my god. You have to look elsewhere. After the day I've had, the only company I crave is the squat silent type. The type that has a handle and holds no less than a pint of ale. You wish to hear my tale? I warn you, it is no stirring epic, but as you ask, my employer, a Lalafelling lad, wished to pay a visit to a peddler who deals in some manner of special sand. I forget what it was called, but it's apparently worth a small fortune. Anyway, when we arrived, the man claimed his dog had been stolen by bandits. Determined not to return empty handed, we crept into the bandit stronghold and set about locating the stolen goods. Long story short, alarms were raised, rogues were awoken, and we fled into a blind panic. It, I was separated from my employer in the confusion, and I've not seen him since. Oh, a friend of yours, is he? Then you best be prepared for the worst. It's possible the poor sod may yet be lost in the old Amal- Amagina mithril mine, but I fear the bandits will have caught up with him by now. How could I be so stupid? Sneaking into a bandit's lair is just not the sort of thing I do, and now I'm going to die for it. No, I just need to calm down. I can do this. I can be brave. I'm going to stand up and I'm going to walk out of here. Here we go. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Please don't kill me. I promise I'll leave and never come back. Brysil, is it really you? But how did you find me? Can you smell fear? Actually, ignore that smell. I expect you're wondering why I'm here. Well, I was just in the process of retrieving some stolen ether sand which Biggs and I need for our research. And it happens, it was, I concede, perhaps a touch foolish and very nearly fatal, but I did succeed in snatching the stuff before my bodyguard ran away and several dozen bandits came piling after me with knives and axes and what looked very much like a plank with a rusty nail in it. Anyway, the important thing is that the stolen ether sand is right here in in my oh dear. It must have fallen out when I was taking evasive maneuvers. It seems I won't be leaving this infernal place for a while yet. You'll find the ether sand in my stead. Oh, thank the gods. You're a true friend, Chrysil. I hope the search doesn't prove too troublesome. The bandits don't seem to care much for visitors. Crasil, have you had any luck locating the ether sand? Yes, that's it. I must return to the workshop at once and tell Biggs the wonderful news. What's that? You're also on a mission to collect ether sand, and you're working with the chief? A trove of Adagan knowledge, you say? I see. When then you should really be the one who have this. Biggs and I are far from exhausting of possible avenues of airship innovation, but it sounds as if your problem can't be solved by any other means. This expedition of yours sounds jolly interesting, I must say. I'm half inclined to join you. In fact, I think I will. Any venture worth of the chief's time must be worth a look. Right. I'm more than ready to leave this awful place behind, and you should return to Mordona. With that ether sand before there are any there are any more little mishaps. Be be sure to keep a close eye on your pockets, Chrysil. Ah, Chrysil, you have returned. I take from your presence that you were successful in procuring some ether sand. Tell me, which variety did you find? I see two varieties. Well, that is two more than could reasonably be expected, and two less than I had hoped you would say. Forgive my flippancy. You have done well, truly. If all goes to plan, we need no longer fear death by fire or earth. Master Garland, if you will be so kind as to prepare the relevant crystals, I shall set to work immediately. Truth be told, I've been looking forward to this. One does not encounter materials like these every day. Speaking of which, how in the seven hells did you find them? Mistake me not, old friend. I know only too well how capable you are. But ether sand isn't something you simply find gathering dust at the back of a merchant's rare gem cabinet. You had help from Biggs and Wedge. I trust them to design a revolutionary new engine the moment I turn my back. How's a genius meant to rest on his laurels when his employees are so damnably inventive? And now they're determined to join us, are they? Typical. I jest, of course. I will be It will be good to have them around. Still, as a matter of professional pride, let's endeavor to procure the two remaining varieties of ether sand before they arrive. Shall we? Tell me, Rambros, have we any information on whether on where the water and wind expected types might be hiding? Not as of yet, but I have made certain arrangements. arrangement. We shall soon see if my efforts have borne fruit. Forgive me for observing, but you seem less than enthusiastic about that prospect. Is If there is a complication, I'd rather we discuss it now than risk jeopardizing the expedition. Mayhap an explanation is in order, but first let us savor the preliminary victory that Chrysaor has won for our cause, if only for a moment. Yes, yes, I must speak of the arrangements I made to acquire the two remaining varieties of ether sand. Some days ago, I asked a charlatan acquaintance of mine to travel to Gridania and there gather the necessary materials. Since that time, however, I have heard nary a whisper from him. To be frank, this lack of communication is not entirely uncharacteristic, but I cannot discount the possibility that something ill has befallen the man. Alas, we do not have time to investigate his fate. As I have mentioned before, the more we delay our expedition, the more likely it is that the Crystal Tower secrets will fall into the wrong hands. Therefore, I would entrust you with the same mission I assigned to my friend. Travel to the Black Shroud and seek out, oh my god, Parsemontret, the master of the markets in Gridania. If anyone knows where Ethersan might be, but it is he. Yes, I'm sorry. Did you say you wish to purchase Ethersan? Forgive me, madam, but have you the faintest idea of the rarity of the material you seek? Why, I have not seen so much as a grain of Ethersan in these markets for many a long year. I could tell you where one might mine the ore from which the water aspected variety of the abrasive is derived, but only a desperate fool would willingly set foot in the place. You seem undeterred. Very well. Are you familiar with the Earth Gift? That is where the ore is to be found, in an area inhabited by a particularly pernicious hog. Should you encounter the Betusk nightmare, you will know that you are in the right place, albeit at the wrong time. Farewell. You are too late, adventurer, and not only for the entertainment. You will find no trace of the ore which but recently lay here. Nay, not so much as suspect. You will never spy me from there. For the time being, at least, you will have to trust the evidence of your ears. Now stop squinting at the foliage and listen. As I told you, the water blessed mineral you hope to find is gone, taken by me. Victory has made me magnanimous. However, accordingly, I have decided to share the location of an al- alternative source of ether sand with you. The wind touch variety to be specific. I trust I have your attention. Good. A band of Ixtal in the North Shroud keeps a quantity of the abrasive for the purpose of removing impurities from lesser crystals. Well, do you mean to dally here all day? Make haste, adventurer, before I snatch another prize from under your nose. This is to be a race. The Ixtali logging grounds in the North Shroud shall be our destination, and that is where the real amusement will begin. May the best man win. Okay? Oh, wow. Bravo. That was quite a show, adventurer. Quite the spectacle proved so enthralling that all thoughts of Ethersan slipped my mind. I appeared to have forfeited our little race. Congratulations, the wind touch abrasive is yours. And yet, having been treated to such a memorable performance, I cannot help feeling that the greater prize is mine. This inequity must not stand. I insist that you accept a token of my appreciation. Payment for this entertainment will be waiting for you to the east in a clearing within Proud Creek. Pray retrieve the gift ere it is crushed beneath the iron feet of the Dullahans. Mm. Wow. Poor chicken. Not that you were expecting. I took the liberty of refining the ore from Earth's gift into ether sand. Do keep it safe, adventurer. Lest you accuse me of playing games, you should know that the thought of relinquishing my prize never once crossed my mind until I saw you in action. Such deeds must needs to be rewarded. It is my vocation, you see, to record history as it is made by mortal men, and I much prefer to chronicle the accomplishments of the bold and the mighty. Thus, it is my fervent wish that you continue your career with the same courage and zeal you have shown today. We shall meet again, adventurer, and sooner than you imagine. What news or your mission? Are we any closer to acquiring the remaining abrasive? You brought both? I shall have Master Garland begin work on the crystals immediately. There, that should do the trick. Excellent work. We now possess all four of the fangs required to pierce the crystal tower's defenses. My compliments, Master Garland. Oh, it was a trifling matter, I assure you. Brysil here is the one you should be thanking. Anyway, my reckoning, there is nothing stopping us from striding up the Elegant's front door. You can go with us, Chief. Big Wedge. Come to lend a hand, have you? Well, it's not every day you get the chance to study the wonders of the Elegant Empire, is it? Their technology makes Garlemald look ancient. I appreciate your enthusiasm, lad. I really do. But we're not here to take this knowledge for ourselves. Twice in the last decade, the promise of unimaginable power has prompted men to meddle with technology they do not understand, and the realm has been dragged onto the very brink of oblivion on both occasions. We shall not be so irresponsible as to risk another. Wedge, do you recall our company's creed? Yes, Chief. Is freedom through technology. Exactly, freedom. Then, when we forsook our homeland, we swore that we would have no truck with machines that could be used to promote tyranny. That has not changed. Should you feel tempted to break your oath, remember this: the wonders of the all knowing Alagan Empire could not save their civilization and have damned near doomed us twice. That is why we must explore the Crystal Tower and, if needs be, seal away its secrets. A compelling viewpoint. It is on yielding wills such as yours that we define the course of history, that have defined the course of history. So you return at last. Pray tell has kept you so what, pray tell, has kept you so wholly preoccupied that you could not spare a moment to inform me of your progress or preservation? Why the task you assigned to me, of course, surely you have not forgotten about the ether sand. I tasked a passing adventure with delivering it a more capable courier I could not imagine. Greetings, adventurer. Did I not say we will meet again? I believe an introduction is in order. I am Grahatia, one of the students of Valdesium. I look forward to joining you on your groundbreaking expedition. Grahatia has been assigned to the project as an observer. I hope you will forgive him his eccentricities and welcome him as one of our own. So then, our fellowship is complete, and all stand ready to step in the unknown. 3 cheers for Noah. Noah? That is the name I had chosen for our little collective. Given our differing backgrounds, we cannot very well call ourselves the sons of Saint Konak, can we? And we must have a memorable appellation if our venture is to leave its mark in the annals of history. I could claim that NOAA stands for Nominated Observers of Artifacts Historical. And so it does, technically. But my true reason for choosing this name stems from the fact that it is shared by a vaunted Alagan Archmagus. An Archmagus? Like this, I like the sound of that. Very well. Now that the pressing matter of what to call ourselves has been settled, it is time we set forth to brave the outer defenses of the Crystal Tower. Is everyone ready to depart? Ready. Esteemed colleagues, the secrets of ancient Alak begun. Let's not keep them waiting any longer. Adventurer, you and I will join the engineers at the Crystal Tower main gateway, where we will endeavor to neutralize the structure's outer defenses. Rambros, meanwhile, will remain here and oversee the operation. Given my knowledge of Alagan history, it seems logical that I should leave the expedition itself, though I admit the role does not exactly benefit my status as an observer. Still, we can but make use of the resources at hand. Assuming all are in agreement, let us proceed forthwith to the large loop-sided gate found to the southeast. The Crystal Tower lies beyond this portal. Now comes the interesting part. Sid, you are the only one of our number who has ever crossed this threshold. I ask that you take the lead for the present. I say, the energy radiating from these statues is palpable. Lucky for us, that is, one might otherwise stroll past them. Feast your eyes in the elemental defenses, which prompted our lengthy preparations. These sentinels prevent would be intruders from advancing to within 20 domes of the tower's inner reaches. No matter how swift they may be, happily the crystal fang we took such pains to craft should spare us the inconvenience of instantaneous annihilation. Here, allow me to demonstrate. Chief, is too dangerous to allow anyone else to risk his life testing one? Quite right. I made the damn things. It's my job to see that they work. Success. For one, am convinced, friends, ready your fan. This last one is yours, oh friend. It seemed only right. We did it. So much for the outer defenses. Indeed, the entrance to the tower is near at hand. My blood barely sinks with anticipation. Speaking of blood, I have a proposal for the next stage of the expedition. I suggest we wait here while Chrysil and a handy pig party of her adventuring companions enter the tower. What? Without us? I thought we came here to survey the entire structure. We did, and we will. But our investigations must proceed at more measured pace. If the outside of the place is well defended, you can imagine what awaits us in the inside. Only a true hero could reasonably hope to brave the hazards ahead and live to tell the tale. Brysil here fits that description better than anyone I know. And it is not as we shall be idle in her absence, while Chrysil and her companions are risking life and limb to beat us a path for the tower. We can set about analyzing this rubble for evidence of how its technologies function. Your knowledge of ancient lore will be invaluable in that endeavor, Historian Grahatia. Do you ever tire of being right, old man? Brysil, as it seems I won't be accompanying you, allow me at least to provide some instruction. The maze that surrounds the base of the tower is known as the Labyrinth of the Ancients. During this initial foray, I suggest you concentrate on reading the place of hostile elements. When you are reasonably certain the maze is secure, contact me via link shell and we shall join you post haste. No matter what Master Garland says. Though we would prefer if any relics you encounter remain intact, you have leave to do whatever it is necessary to secure ingress to the upper levels of the tower. Fortune go with you, Chrysil. Oh, wow. Jesus. Oh my god. Oh god. my god, what is this cat doing? Oh my god. What is really going on in here? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh god. Ho there, Chrysil. Oh, oh. Very impressive, I must say. Your name shall be writ large in the volumes that are sure to be penned in on this historic expedition. The scale of this structure defies comprehension. Someone plainly thought bigger was better. According to the findings of my Valdesian colleagues, the Crystal Tower was constructed to collect and store the endless energies of the sun. A characteristically ambitious undertaking. Now, what of the tower's inner defenses? Judging by your haggard expression, clearing out the labyrinth was no small feat. Oh my god. A giant of a man wielding a shimmering scimitar, you say? Yes, that will have been Phlegeton, not Acheron. Phlegeton, I guess. He was a hero of the Alagan Revolution. And you glean that from what exactly? His choice of weapon? Well, I am a historian, and I have certainly, shall we say, affinity for the lore of the Alagan Empire. It is, of course, all knowledge gleaned from musty scrolls and tomes. The ancient texts claim that the Crystal Tower is defended by the champions of Eld, resurrected and augmented through the Alagan's extraordinary technology. Chief, you need to see this. Well, well, there is the foot of the tower. What surprises do you have in store for us, I wonder? I can't tell you how glad I am to have you with us on this little jaunt, old friend. Have you not beaten a path through that maze? I very much doubt we'll be standing here now. Well, we have much to discuss and digest. Let us retire to San Connex, find for the present, and there plan our next step. Lest be lest there be any doubt or our expedition has some way to go yet. Oh my god. That was a rough alliance. So good of you to join us, Chrysil. Our meeting would be dull indeed without a full account of your experiences in the labyrinth. Take a moment to collect yourself, and when you're ready, we shall debate how best to proceed. The Fellowship of Noah being accounted for, it is time this assembly was called to order. Ambrose will be presiding over the meeting, if you will be so kind as to inform him of your readiness to proceed. Welcome back, Chrysil. I have just been reading about your encounter in the Labyrinth of the Ancients. It pleases me greatly to note that you seem none the worse for the experience. For your reference, I have added my own notes to Graha's preliminary expedition report and begun compiling a Crystal Tower survey log. The information contained therein will be available to you at all times. Should you have any questions, you need only ask. Now, if there are no objections, I shall begin with a summary of the expedition's key accomplishments. In the course of this, our first foray into the grounds of the Crystal Tower, we succeeded in neutralizing the structure's outer defenses before proceeding to secure the maze surrounding the base of the spire. According to Chrysal's account, the labyrinth's defenses were most emphatically active. Disturbingly, her report also mentions a violent encounter with a sentry heavily augmented by elegant technology. In short, our misgivings were well founded. The Crystal Tower was not simply thrust above ground by the chaotic shifting of Earth. It has somehow been reawoken. If, as seems increasingly likely, the tower's secret should prove too dangerous to share with the world, we will have no choice but to contain them, short of leavening the space. This will almost certainly involve returning its mechanisms to a state of dormancy. To do that, however, we will first need to address the question of how they work, the answer to which must be surely be awaiting for us inside the tower itself. In conclusion, that is where we must go. A task rather easier said than done. If the perils of the labyrinth are any indication, then I move that all further exploration of the tower be delayed until such time as an exhaustive analysis of the structure's defenses has been completed. Master Garland, may I entrust this task to you? It will be my pleasure. Don't forget about us. It is like you said, Chief. We founded the Ironworks to make sure that technology was used for the right reasons. And that means making sure it's not used for the wrong ones. We wouldn't be doing our jobs if we didn't see this through to the end. Lads, well, I hope you're ready for some back-breaking chores. Well, everything seems to be in hand here, so I shall take my leave of you for the present. If I am to witness this valiant tale unfold with my own eyes, I must needs hone my martial skills ere we ascend the spire. You do nothing of the sort, Graha. Your knowledge may prove useful to Master Garland's investigation. He's so cute. As an observer, I am not strictly speaking subject to your authority. Pray do not mistake my intent, Chrysil. I am well aware that I shall never be a match for one with your innate talents, however hard I train. Be that as it may, pray do not allow your skills to rust from disuse during the coming pause. We will need you fighting fit if our subsequent forays are to prove as productive as this one. Mark me. We we have not yet caught more than the briefest glimpse of that which time has obscured. Soon, however, we shall cast off the veil and gaze upon the glory of the Allagan Empire. And with that encouraging thought in mind, it is time to bring this assembly to a close. Let us all focus on the task at hand, and our next expedition may begin all the sooner. Meeting adjourned. Such a terrible mess. Yes, it does leave the door wide open, so to speak. One cannot help but be impressed and beginning to understand the reliance you place on adventurers or old friend. So this is the legacy of the Alagan Empire left behind. If my readings are correct, the energy source waiting atop the tower is a match for even the ultimate weapon. Nay, more than a match. A toy for me to play with. I believe the fates had conspired to deny me my just rewards once again. It would seem they had a greater destiny in mind for me. And so long as my ambition burns, I shall strive to seize it. The dream lives on seed. The dream lives on seed. Do not disappoint me. It is you, my friend. You're doubtless eager to hear of our progress on the Crystal Tower. Excellent. It be I'd be disappointed to hear It'd be disappointed to hear otherwise. Of course, disappointed is the word of the day, I fear. I'm ashamed to say that there is nothing worthwhile to report. The suns continue to probe the labyrinth of the ancients, and every day brings new discoveries. Alas, the same cannot be said of the Crystal Tower proper. We have not been able to set so much of a single foot inside it. You will recall how the 8 sentinels stood between us and the labyrinth initially. In like manner, the entryway into the principal spire, Circus Tower, the elegance called it is also protected by technology far more advanced than our own. Sid and I have tried every trick we know, but without success. Frankly speaking, we are at a loss. It is discouraging, but we cannot give up. There must be a way. And so the situation stands, my friend. Until we gain entry into the tower, I fear your talents shan't avail us. It will require time that I am loath to waste, but I have a mind to set my people to scouring such ancient texts as we have on hand. Perhaps we can be of assistance, and you are Pieti's friend, for we share the self same goal. I am Une, and my companion is called Doga. We are scholars of the Alagan civilization sent by the students of Valdesian to assist in your endeavor. Une and Doga, rather unusual names for this day and age. If I might be forgiven for observing, but I digress. You claim to be here at the students' behest, but we have received nary a word of your coming. Moreover, in light of the recent incident at the Isle of Val, I should think that they have rather more pressing concerns. We can only assume that the message failed to reach you due to some mishap. I assure you that we are here to help. What is it, Graha? It is nothing. There was a pain, but it has subsided. Well, this is rather unexpected. Your right eye is the same as ours. The same, you have the elegant eye as well. This sanguine hue, sanguine? Sanguine? I don't know. Is said to be a trait unique to the elegance, yet I inherited from my father, as he did from his. Only one child in a single generation is born with the eye. All my life I have sought to learn the truth of its manifestation. If there is aught you know, I implore you to tell me. My deepest apologies, but we have no answers for you. Only one thing is certain: those who possess the trait are bound by fate to Allah. As your eye has placed you upon the path you walk, you too have so too have we come here to fulfill our destiny. Absurd though it may sound, it is the truth. It seems to me we have not to lose by accepting their aid. What say you? If that is your wish, then so be it. Yet know that I still mean to verify your story with the students of Valdesion when I am able. I trust there will be no objections. Very well. At this moment, I name Une and Doga advisory members of NOAA. Without further ado, let us have them examine the circus tower entrance. I promise you, you'll I promise you'll not have cause to regret your decision. Brysil, I should be much obliged if you were to accompany our new friends to the tower. Biggs and Wedge are presently surveying the 8 sentinels. The two of them can show you the way. Upon arrival, pray report to Master Garland. He will brief you on the situation. I shall join you, Chrysio. With Une and Doga's knowledge along with your uncanny knack for setting events in motion, I am hopeful that we will finally see progress. Well, if it is in Chrysio, eager to enter Circus Tower and kill everything in sight, no doubt. As I'm sure you have already heard, though, the place is locked up tight as a clam. New friends from the students, you say? Excellent. It's been slow going, or rather no going for the chief. We'll appreciate the help. If you just follow me, I'll take you to him. Some old faces to lift the spirit and a couple of new ones besides. Allow me to introduce Unei and Doga. They are scholars of the ancient Alak, sent here by our friends of Valdesian to aid in the investigation. We understand you're having trouble circumventing the tower's defenses. It is our hope that we can be of some small assistance. If your attire is ought to go by, your assistance should prove invaluable indeed. To begin with, let me tell you where we stand. Beyond rises Circus Tower, the principal spire of the structure collectively known as the Crystal Tower. The only way to get inside is through the proverbial front door, the imposing gate you see here. The problem is we can't get it open. It's sealed by some mechanism whose workings are an utter mystery to us. Having had no success via more orthodox methods, I went at it with everything from a pig's ass to a magic deck cannon. Nothing so much as to put a scratch on it. For a blessing, the gate doesn't try to reduce us to ashes like the A Sentinels, but that doesn't make it any less effective a security measure. It's fiendishly frustrating in its simplicity. The only clue we have is the elaborate device carved upon it. A man and a woman respected, elegant royalty by my judgment. Precisely who these individuals were, we cannot say, nor do we know whether the device actually serves a purpose. Like as not, it is purely decorative. If you're thinking to force it, save your strength. It is no use. Just ask the calluses on my hands. Rest assured, we do not mean to waste our strength. Indeed, why should we exert ourselves when the gate will open of its own accord? I don't think any of us expected that to happen. Seven hells. What is this? What did you do? What are you? Piercing the heavens and gathering the light, a symbol of making mankind's glory and might. Its virtue guarded by gates impregnable, only those of royal blood answerable, exactly as passed down through legend. I am delighted to see. Beg pardons for interrupting your bewilderment. I couldn't help but notice the remarkable playthings you have acquired. Nero, you're still alive? Garland, if I didn't know better, I would say you weren't happy to see me. Ah, but I jest. In light of our recent meetings, you have every right to be worried. But rest assured, I am no longer a threat to you. My legion is, for all intents and purposes, defunct, and my associations with it means a tight noose awaits me back in Garlemard. And so I've been roaming this land Eorcia, a regular itinerant. In the course of my wanderings, I chanced to catch wind of your latest venture. It sounded positively fascinating, and so I decided to come here and join you. After the wrongs you've committed, you think us that gullible? If you are suspicious of my intent, it is only my just deserts. But I am determined to make amends. As a gesture of goodwill, I will share you with I will oh my god, I will share with you what I know, starting with these two odd characters. As you are doubtless already aware, the Crystal Tower was the symbol of ancient Alak's might and prosperity. Entry was permitted only to royalty and a select few individuals. According to the records I have unearthed, only royal blood can open the gate. In other words, the emperor and his progeny, progeny were living keys. You mean to say that these two are the descendant from Alagan royalty? Oh, I suggest nothing so glamorous. To put it plainly, they are imitations of royalty, living keys born of Alag ingenuity. Clones, I believe. It is the name your creators gave your kind. Is that not so? It would seem that the time for concealment is past. Pray accept our apologies. It was not our intent to deceive. We simply wished to avoid causing undue alarm by prematurely making that many will consider deranged claims. If it pleased you, let us return to the Eight Sentinels. There is much and more to tell. Very well. Seven Hells. Do you seriously mean to follow us around? Come, Garland. You know me better than to think that I spoke in jest. What more will it take for us to be reconciled? A gift, perhaps? An elegant tombstone? It holds the information I just shared with you, and a deal more besides. It used to be the jealously guarded property of the 14th Legion, but it's yours now. I wish you joy of it. I look forward to working together, old friend. If you're ready to listen, then we shall tell you all. As it pertains closely to your investigation, your leader, Ambrose, may wish to be present. Before we begin, pray allow me to apologize again. It was not our intent to deceive you. As you will have already gathered, we are not scholars sent by the students of Valdesion. Nay, we are clones, copies of people who once existed. given life through Alagan technology. This is rather a lot to take in. If if it would not be considered unseemly, might I ask why you and yours were created, and more specifically, what is it that you now seek to do? Answering your questions requires that we revisit Alagan history. Pray bear with us. The Alagan Empire reached its zenith long before our kind came into being. In that glorious age, the Crystal Tower stood tall as a symbol of Alagan pride. Parents took their children there that they might learn how the nigh limitless energy it produced brought prosperity to the whole empire. That prosperity, however, bred decadence and the empire began to show signs of stagnation. This decline was made all the more rapid for want of strong leadership. In a matter of generations, the Alagan civilization became a pale shadow of its former self. Its once gleaming cities fell into despair, and its frontier lands were given over to the wilderness. Lamenting the pitiful state of our affairs, one technologist made it his mission to restore Alag to greatness. Amon was his name, and he believed that empire, the alien empire wanted but for a potent ruler, and none was more potent than its founding father, whom he sought to resurrect. The founding father, you cannot mean Emperor Sande, none other. As part of his experiments, Amon created clones of the emperor's descendants. We are the products of that experiment, copies of Unei and Doga. Historical texts mention the reigns of two Alagan emperors named Sande. It was commonly believed that the second was the namesake of the first. After all, such a custom is not uncommon among royalty and commoners alike. To think that the two were in fact one and the same. I, Sande returned from the grave and assumed his throne once more. And true to Amon's prediction, the emperors restored his realm to the glory it once knew. Would that he could have been satisfied with that. In his previous life, the emperor desired to bring the entire world under Alagan dominion, an ambition that ultimately went unfulfilled. Having been granted a second chance, he was determined to succeed. Realizing that he needed more power to wage his war of conquest, Sande turned his sights towards a forbidden source, darkness. In order to learn how to harness this power, he converted the Crystal Tower into a restricted research facility. Darkness, again, seven hells. What is it with megalomaniacal rulers turning to darkness in their lust for power? Well, at least this won't be bothering us, being thousands of years dead and all. Would that you be right, Master Garland? Alas, Emperor Sande is very much alive. Within Circus Tower, he still abides, his ambition burning all the more ardently for his empire's collapse. Wielding the power of darkness requires prodigious amounts of energy, energy that not even the Crystal Tower could produce. In order to augment the shortfall, Dalamud was created and launched into the heavens. On high it hung, gathering the sun's energy and channeling to the tower below. However, a miscalculation resulted in a surge of energy that escaped into the land. This triggered an earthquake of unprecedented violence, the calamity that ensured in the Fourth Umbral Era. In the blinking of an eye, the mighty Alagan Empire was laid to waste. Yet even as the Crystal Tower was sinking into the earth, the technologist Amon, now Emperor Sandus' closest aide, invoked powerful magics and halted the flow of time. Every soul within the structure, the Emperor included, was placed in a deep slumber. In that state, they were to remain until the time was ripe to awaken. Eras came and went. Eras came and went. After millennia lying dormant, Talamud was summoned back to the earth. Its ascendant triggered the seventh umbral calamity, in the wake of which the Crystal Tower re-emerged. At that moment, Emperor Sande awakened. In his lust for power, the emperor consorted with darkness and was seduced by its corrupting influence. Even though his empire is now little more than a fading memory, he will stop at nothing to see his ambition realized. It is for no other purpose but to put an end to Sande's madness that we exist. This is the mantle we have inherited from our namesakes, the true Unei and Doga. Fearing that might befall the world, the two of them sought to thwart their emperor. They gave unto us their will that we might carry on their mission should they fail. When we came to our senses within the Crystal Tower, we deliberated a course of action. Concluding that we alone could not overcome Sande, we struck out to find a worthy ally. It has taken years, but our search is finally over. It is no ordinary woman who can cut a path through the labyrinth of the ancients. With you as our champion, Lee, we are confident that we can end Sande's dark ambition once and for all. Well, thou teach me for speaking too soon. Letting my chattering aside, I see now what you knew about the students of Valdesion among a host of other things. You were observing our investigation the whole time. So what we will do, Brazil. The world's in great danger again, and just so happens that you are an expert at saving it. You have our eternal gratitude. Together, let us see the Elegance Empire dark past laid to rest. It has been our mission to recover the long-lost knowledge of the Elegant civilization, but what's worth is that the knowledge if it means subjecting the realm to peril. Truth be told, it pains me to think that the tower's secrets may become lost to us, but the greater good must ever come first. Besides, no quantity of ancient relics can compare to our friends Unei and Doga, living, breathing Alagans. And so I hereby declare a change in Noah's objective. Henceforth, we shall direct all efforts towards sealing of Circus Tower. Its dark secrets must never know the light of day. Brazil, as you did for us within the labyrinth of the ancients, I will have you enter the structure and eliminate hostile elements. Suffice it to say, this includes Emperor Sande himself. Meanwhile, the rest of us shall examine ways to isolate Circus Tower from the outside world. To work, then. Wait, there is something I must know. My right eye is like yours. Does this mean you inherited the trait from your father? You said. Know that clones are unable to bear offspring. You have no cause for concern. The elegant eye you called it, but it is to us the royal eye, owing to the fact that the trait manifests only in those possessed of royal blood. I cannot well explain why the eye runs in your line, but I am disinclined to think it a coincidence. Thought, though you are doubtless impatient to learn the truth, pray have patience. All will be revealed in due time. My apologies if I have given you cause to worry. I am quite well, I assure you. As you can appreciate, there has been much for me to think on. But now is the time for action, not idle thoughts. Circus Tower awaits us. Your task is to eliminate all hostile elements within the structure, Sande himself included. This will afford us the chance to seal off the facility. May the crystal grant you strength. Price sale. You did it. You defeated Emperor Sande. Empires may rise and fall, but a man's indefeat oh my god. Indefatigable spirit ever lives on. Truly, you are the champion we had hoped for, cries Yoli. With Emperor Sande now at eternal rest, his dark legacy may be undone. What are you playing at now, Nero? In case you haven't noticed, Garlon, these are dangerous surrounds. Can a man be faulted for exercising due caution? At any rate, you needn't mind me. I am perfectly capable of looking after myself. Go on and finish what you came to do. There are two ways that we may seal off Circus Tower, either isolate it from the outside world or cripple its ability to produce energy. The choice of method is yours to make. Before you proceed, however, Doga and I must needs attend to a task. That distortion, what is this? The power that Sande sought to obtain comes from the void, the world of darkness, our people called it. And the true nature of that power was none other than the armies of Poison. Poison feed on ether, and as you may already know, and no plane is richer in it than ours. In exchange for the allegiance, Sande entered into an unholy covenant. He would open a gate through which the poison could freely enter our world. The covenant, I'm afraid to say, is still in effect. However, being of the Emperor's lineage, Unai and I believe that we can annul it. By his blood, Sande sealed his dark pact. By our blood, it shall be undone. It is time. Yes, Toga. Finally, we may fulfill our purpose. Why is he laughing? Oh, be still, my beating heart. For a moment, I feared that this outing would end in disappointment, but my readings were not mistaken. Not even the Ultima weapon compares to this. What are you going on about? The covenant is everlasting. And so Meracidia is brought into the fold. Soon all the world shall be united under Alagan rule. And yet, with every dream that becomes reality, the memory of death grows ever more vivid, an endless void, bereft of light and warmth. Though I may have defeated death, it did not leave me unscathed. Nay, its ravening claws have scarred my soul for eternity. Never shall I know peace. Beings without will, you cannot fathom my rage, my melancholy, my fear. What worth is wealth and power when all must inevitably be consigned to nothingness? If a man has nothing, he need not know the pain of loss. So let there be nothing. Harvest more power than the gate may be thrown full open. Let the clouds of darkness come and engulf the world, devouring all life, hopes, and dreams. Let all be returned to nothingness. Brysil, put yourself together. There is no end to them. What in the seven hells is happening? Not now. Damn it. Oh my god, poor Steve. Nero, were they part of your plan too? Save your japes, Garland. I do not put up with your arrogant face to play with worthless clones. Something controls them, a poison, and no ordinary one at that. Doga. Confounded. Without them, there's no way to master the darkness. That power is mine. Nero. The covenant shall be honored. I am the cloud of darkness. I shall devour your light and return this world to the void. Damn it. The rift is gone. What are we supposed to do now? As much as it pains me to live without them, there's precious little we can do. Let us return to the find and console Rambros. all this happened within the tower, God's preserve. The rift that manifested before the throne was a void gate. Of this I am certain. There exist myriad kinds of poison. The more powerful the being, the larger the gate must be for it to pass through. It would seem that Sande sought to open a gate of unprecedented proportions, one that would allow this cloud of darkness entry into our world. Fortunately for all mankind, he did not succeed. I shudder to imagine what this poison is capable of. However dreadful it may be, we cannot abandon our friends. There's no way to save them. I will not lie to you, Master Garland. The situation is bleak. Though poison can enter our world, instances of men entering the void have never been documented. It pains me to give voice to my fears, but we do not even know whether our friends still live. Damn it. I feel so helpless. No, I refuse to give up. We must save Doga and Une. We share the same eye, it is true, but that is not what motivates me. Above all, I wish to help them fulfill their mission, a mission whose burden they have borne for thousands of years. And besides, we cannot leave matters as they are. So long as Santos' dark covenant is binding our world is in danger. It is our duty to prevent the worst from coming to pass. Graha, ever since meeting Unai and Doga, you have not quite been yourself. Tell me the truth. Is all well with your eye? I honestly cannot say. I know only that there is a memory that I must recall. As a child, my father told me that the truth of our eye rests with Allah. The answers eludes me still, but one day I will find it. I am with Graha. However slim the odds, we must try to save Unai and Doga. Aye, and that bastard Nero as well, if only to make certain that he don't make any more mischief. You have the right of it, though we have not known them but briefly. Doga and Unai are our comrades. We cannot fail them. I shall consult experts and literature, both. I swear to leave no stone unturned. Yet note that it may be a while before we are ready to act. I will ask that you all be patient. When dealing with the void, one cannot be cautious enough. My thanks again for your assistance. Pray rest now while you can. For when the time comes to go after our friends, you must be at no less than full strength. Save them yet, Christ. We'll save them yet, Chrysil. Mark my words. Ah, Chrysil. It is good you are come. I have news you must be made aware of. Alas, none of it bodes well for us, not for Rune, Doga, and Nero, imprisoned in the dark realm. Think back upon our last foray into Circus Tower, if you will. The calamity stirred the place from its long slumber and awoke Emperor Sande. But you, Chrysil, you ensured he was laid to rest permanently. Yet the Emperor had sealed a binding covenant with the terrible poison, known as the Cloud of Darkness. Even as Doga and Une labored to annul this contract, the entity reached through a rift and dragged the pair of them and Nero to out of our realm. Since that day, Noah has devoted itself to rescuing Une, Toga, and Nero from beyond the rift. Our research, however, has exposed a far more dire problem. The Crystal Tower still acts upon Ec- Emperor Sande's orders and collects energy to open another void gate even as we speak. Indeed, the place nigh hums with energy. We have done all we can to stop the imperial edict, but to no avail. Just as the gate would open only for Une and Toga, so too will the tower heed only those with royal blood of Alag. It is a most gallant design, granted. This was not always so pistachious, according to the Alagan stone Nero presented to us. During the golden age of Alag, the royalty had some means of bestowing their blood upon others. If they hadn't such a technology, Amon and his underlings could never have controlled the Crystal Tower. But we do not have either this art or any with royal blood. Every moment we wade a vast rift through which the cloud of darkness can enter our realm, and our realm threatens to open. Such a disaster cannot be allowed to come to pass. We must seal the Crystal Tower and annul Sande's covenant with the Dark Realm. If only breaking the latter will suffice. But then, what of the energy building in the Crystal Tower? Without suppression, that power could discharge and cause a calamity like the one that destroyed Alag. In truth, we have more than just 3 lost compatriots to worry about. If we do not act, our very world will fall before the might of this threat. We know but one way of this predicament: rescue those who can control the tower from beyond the dark realm, and seal the rift shut after them. And then mercifully, not all or our news is quite so bleak. It is true we cannot stop the void gate from manifesting within the tower, but this can be our benefit. We can use Circus power for our own purposes and create a portal to carry us into the Dark Realm. We have heard this is possible from a man of the Thaumaturges Guild, well versed in otherworldly matters. And with Master Garlon working to create safe portal, the final preparations are underway. And here comes the man himself. Brysil, just the woman we need. Yes, our fellowship is indeed complete, and all parties privy to our strategy. And you, Master Garland, how fare your endeavors? Quite well. The device is nearly ready. Through attaching the damnable thing to Circus Tower, took every ounce of ingenuity the Ironworks has got, but it should produce the energy we need. With just a little more fine-tuning, we can open a rift. I'm here to request your presence at the tower. I'll leave Biggs and Wedge at the 8 Sentinels as guide. And do hurry, Chrysil. I'm sure you wouldn't miss another chance to save the world, would you? Well, Sid, certainly Sid seems to have a firm hand in the helm. Shall we make our way to the Crystal Tower? Brysil, I bet you're here to watch us pry open a rift between worlds, eh? We're almost ready. Circus Towers is full of engineers scurrying around and making adjustments. You're dealing with a lot of power. And if a single coupling, I don't know, of, well, boom. But it should be fine, really. Anyway, you best wait at the top. The chief's there overseeing the whole operation. My friends, you've arrived. I'm just waiting for my engineers to give the signal. Then we'll see if we can open a gateway to another world. Is there something amiss, Graha? Emperor Sand's throne. How the mighty have fallen. Once as stood as a symbol Once he stood as a symbol of Alak's art and power. Now it's nothing more than an empty chair. Just imagine if Alagan civilization had lived on and just emperors still sat on that throne. How different would our history be? How much further would we have advanced? Unfortunately, there was no stopping Sander and his ambitions. There were those who tried. Sander's war of dominion left no one unscathed, unable to abide the horrors inflicted upon the people. Warriors young and brave took up the sword against Alag. These men and women became as beacons of hope to those who had suffered, not unlike the warriors of light in our age. But it's all this merely hastened the destruction, as they moved towards Alak's heart for the kill. Sandel lashed out in anger and frustration, and trapped beasts are wont to do. In his desperation, Sandel desired a great rift be opened to hasten the cloud of darkness coming. To this, he commanded the sun's power held within Dalamud's be emptied into Circus Tower at once. The act bore terrible consequences. The tower only withstood the blast by flooding the land below with energy. Such was swallowed by the very earth upon which it once stood. The fourth umbral calamity. I'd learned of its cause from Unai and Doga. I had no idea that rebellion incited Sande to rashness, though. Your knowledge of Alagan history is astounding, Graha. Why a man could study for two timelines and only learn half of what you know. Mayhap it's strange, though I cannot seem to remember where I learned such things. Yes? Oh, Biggs. Are you ready? Ready and waiting to open up that void gate, Chief. We reckon when this machine's up and running, she'll be able to float 5 airships the size of the Agrius. So just give us the word and we shall start channeling energy into the tower. Good. Then let's get started. Our preparations are complete. Everyone step away from the throne. All right, let's see what this machine can do. Now, Biggs. A rift to the world of darkness, as Unai called it. Splendid work, Master Garland. We can't break out the med just yet. The tough part still's ahead. We've broken into the dark realm, but the gate's not all that stable. It won't stay open forever, and only a few can use it. I for one will remain here to ensure the void gate stays open, as will the sons of Saint Koinak. This rift is our sole path to salvation. If it closes, we are truly lost. Which leaves Chrysil, my friend. It is a heavy burden I must task you with, but there are none more able, bravely the adventurers beyond the rift. I do not know what awaits you, save the cloud of darkness and our 3 comrades. But you must go. But the fate of our world now rests upon your shoulders. This is our only gambit. You have every faith. We have every faith you will succeed. It will be no small feat to return after you have passed beyond the rift. Make certain you are prepared before leaving. Might I have a moment of your time, Chrysil? There is a matter of import we must needs discuss ere you leave. Chrysil, I wish to speak to you about my eye. As you are no doubt aware, it is a trait seen only amongst Alagan royalty. Long I have pondered why such is my inheritance. This sanguine hue must have some bearing upon my destiny. This much Doga himself admitted. But what? In truth, the more I learn of the Crystal Tower, the less I am myself. Somehow, somehow meeting those 2 clones has wrought great change in me. I am consumed with remembering something ancient, but ever so important. And my father's words echo in my mind, the selfsame ones his father told him. The truth of our eye rests with Allah. Mayhap what I wish to remember are these words. Oh my god. Mayhap I wish to remember and these words are related. Mayhap not. But I know I must learn the truth that history hides from me. I will seem, I will see this journey, our journey, through the very end with my own two eyes. So I implore you all, allow me to join you before the rift. You have my thanks, my friend. Now let us venture into the world of darkness to save our comrades and our realm. Oh, necesito comprar ropa buena. So, déjame ir para allá. Ya tengo ahí Poetics. Oh, ya no tengo suficiente. Wow. Oh, tengo dos. Wow. Este tipo no sube vida. Oh my god. Oh. visto la primera streamer de esto, no puedo correr. Where in the seven hells are we? Are they? Without them to stem the energy in the tower, our defeat of the cloud aids are cost little. Doga Une, can you hear me? Nero, must you be so infernally loud? Are you so keen to attract more voicing? Though I don't blame you for missing my company. Thank the 12. Are you alright? It's alright as can be. One has simply passed out. Nero, by the gods, what's happened to you? Alas, his wounds were too deep and allowed this foul place entry to his body. Now the darkness claws at the ether of his very form. Would that we could have protected him. The cloud of darkness was bound by Sante's unholy covenant to bring a prosperity to Alagan royalty. The same blood that sealed this contract gives us a measure of protection. Say a measure, for this vow does not protect us from other voicing. The cloud imprisoned us here precisely to unleash fiends upon us. We would be dead had Nero not defended us so valiantly. Mistake not my actions for kindness. I have use for you yet in Eorsia, and simply couldn't let harm befall you here. Where, Unai, you're safe. Our friends have come for us. Have they? Then perhaps, Doga, there is yet hope we may fulfill our purpose. Mortals, you have dared to challenge me, and now you must feel my wrath. Did you think to destroy me in my realm? Here I am eternal. I will smother your light and entomb your bones amongst my shadows. Are we truly so powerless here? As long as we fight the cloud in this realm, I fear so. And yet, though we may not be able to destroy it, this may be our chance to stop it. If we strike now, whilst the cloud can barely hold her form, mayhap we can sever Santa's covenant. Yes, and raise the breach between the crystal tower and this foul place once and for all. Praisio, Graha, you must flee. You and Doga will stay here. This is madness. You must return with us. No one but you can save the world from the threat of the crystal tower. What is this trickery? Your blood. You too gain protection from Sande's blood. Grahatia, you are possessed of royal blood. That is why the royal eye runs in your line. It is a gift you have inherited. Graha, you have been granted authority over the crystal tower. I had thought time would consume all Alag that was. That a man should still live with his forebear's blood in this age can be no coincidence. Some person must have planned this gift in your line and use the highest of Alagan technology to do so. True, the Crystal Tower is not like to recognize you as Alagan, not as you are now, but your royal eye bespeaks a simple truth. Within you dwells one feeble glitter that will illuminate all the light of hope. But how should I use this light? Pray tell me. You must gain control of the Crystal Tower. We will share our blood with you, Graha, though these effects will be but ephemeral. It will bolster the Alagan presence within you. This is our gift to you, that you may fulfill your destiny. All with the royal eye are bound by fate to Alag. Our part in this journey is to bury Sante's dark ambitions in the past. This was the true Unai and Toga's purpose, one we have carried into the future. Know that as long as this light of hope survives in you, our souls will still remain even if our bodies are lost. You must leave us as well, Nero. I am sorry we could not live up to your expectations. I must return to you what is yours, though. You dropped it whilst defending us. What you seek by this instrument may not be possible, Nero, but do not give up. There are many other paths that await you. Of course I do. Doga Une, I thank you. We shall never forget you. Now, Chrysil, Nero, let us quit this place. You shall not escape me, impudent children of light. No, you shall not escape us. Here, Sande's blood-stained dreams of glory ends. There, the glint of light. It grows faint. Then the bridge between realms grows fragile by the Covenant's annulment. If that light dies, we are stranded here. Hurry. Nero, no. You must move. Leave me. I don't need you. If I die here, it'll be because I bloody well decided to. I failed to master darkness. I will not suffer watching a green boy master the tower. Do what you will with it, but remember me, Song of Alag. I am Nero Tol Skaeva, the man who yet outdo Alag and Garlon. That was what you hoped to? May the Crystal Tower again be a beacon of hope for mankind. Go, damn you. Must move onward. This is not where I come to rest. But how? Did so those damn clones did it after all. Now onward. Yo, Minero. The hells I do. You are returned unharmed. Thank the gods. When that void gate started to close, I never felt so powerless in all my life. We were running about like madmen, trying to keep the gate open, and the chief actually went and dived in. But if you are all safe, where are Une and Doga? They're not. I see. I will miss the two of them dearly, but I am happy they fulfill their purpose. We only left in must still attend the Crystal Tower, though we now have no one able to seal it. That is no true, my friend. Unai and Doga have entrusted me with their blood. I can now control the Crystal Tower. Graha, yes, I can see it in your eyes. Good. Then let us put an end to this and steal away the tower. I understand your instinct, Rambros, but please give us a moment to rest. I am weary to the bone, and Nero and Chrysil are both emerged from long battle. Of course, you have the right of it. Come, we shall leave this place for a spell and repair to Saint Connect's fine. No one but you could have succeeded in the world of darkness, Chrysil. Would that I could have been more use beyond the rift. As it stands, I was but a vessel for Doga and Unae's blood. Have I remembered what I wished to? Yes, something has come back to me. Gaining royal blood and witnessing true bravery has reminded me of my forebears' dearest wish. But we need not speak of these things now. It was not my place to keep you. Pray go on ahead of me. There is something small I would do before I return. I could not have asked for a better comrade. If only I could have been a part of your adventures for longer, Chrysil. Alas, fate takes I have a different role to play. I wish hidden I wish I wish hidden for a millennia and brought to light by the good people of Noah. Now finally is my time to see it realized. Well, thank you very much for coming. I will take my leave here. Bye.